in order. I was waiting for Scott.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Call to order the appraisal review board for Aransas County. It is July 27th at 8:28. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, we do.
We have a quorum. We're open for protests. Okay. Name.
The first case up is 1775. The owner name is Jerry Goldstein. When I looked at the affidavit, I saw that Ms. Catherine Goldstein had signed the affidavit. So I gave her a call and she said she is a widow, that Jerry Goldstein has been deceased for a few years. So she is the one waiting.
So she signed the affidavit?
She did.
Okay.
His widow.
Okay.
So I just wanted to let you know.
Okay. That's
All right.
okay.
Oh, and let me grab the phone number.
PR 549. We got Nanook of the North over there today.
And the
It's gonna be
wind,
part
the-
on.
I mean, it's like 40 degrees in here.
I know. I don't know if we should just shut those
It'll warm
vents
up.
maybe.
It'll warm up.
Yeah, you got some.
All right, so I will call
All
if
right.
we're ready.
There's a difference between the affidavit and the online, what's being appealed, so.
So will you verify her name is Catherine?
Catherine?
I don't know. Miss Goldstein.
Okay.
Catherine.
It is Catherine Goldstein.
Catherine?
Hello.
Catherine, this is Charlie
Uh-huh.
Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you this morning?
I'm all right.
Well, good. Look, we've got a little administrivia to go through before we get down to the meat of the matter. If you just follow along, I'll have some questions near the end.
Okay.
Okay? We're opening a hearing on
Okay.
Case 2021-1775, account 48829. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest from the online affidavit or the online is Q2 only.
Q2, okay? We're the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the Appraisal District office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Catherine, do we have all your evidence?
I think you do. I'm not sure. I mean,
You sent it in.
I don't know what. I've got my notice here. You got appraisal value.
Okay.
She
You
sent
didn't
in-
have any.
She sent in the 2-page affidavit.
Okay. Very good.
That's all.
Okay. The ARB members who considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Catherine, I am assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
I understand. I guess I'm not sure I'm understanding all of this.
Well, all I want you to understand is that you're under oath for the duration of the hearing.
Yes.
Okay?
Okay.
Very good.
I, Ray Presley, do solemnly swear affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Catherine, I'm obligated to ask you if you have a Texas appraiser license,
No,
okay? Do you have available to you the time limits page, the page that has the hearing times on it?
no, I don't.
Okay, well, we'll walk you through it. We have someone keeping the clock here. So we'll walk you through and tell you when it's your turn to speak and everything, okay?
Okay.
Okay, now, the first question I have for you is, do you want to speak first or do you want the district to speak first?
Well, I guess let me speak first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to state your case.
Okay. Well, I was protesting the district of the money of why the land doubled, and that's why I went down to protest. But I got a call yesterday. My husband was the only name on the property.
Yes,
So I don't know if I'm allowed to protest.
yes, I understand that. We're gonna let you go ahead and speak your piece.
Okay, and that's all I just was protesting that the land almost doubled.
Okay? Do you have anything else,
That's-
anything else to say?
No, no, sir.
Okay,
Okay, well, you'll have more time to speak later.
Okay.
Okay, Ray?
Okay. Their land did almost double. I'm sure it was pretty close to that. If you look at the property card, this is on South Vern Street. So this is runs parallel to Business 35. And this is south of Corpus Christi Street. Wait. I can't tell. Is this south of Corpus Christi Street? Yeah, this is south of Corpus Christi Street. And if you look at the property card, you'll see that we're adjusting this value. We're pulling this value down. So the reason for it is because the property is shaped like a triangle.
Right.
Literally, I mean, it's a triangle. It has portions of the property that are not they're not really usable for building because of the shape of the
Right.
land. So we're pulling the value down. So when you go to the equity grid, what you'll see is that her value apparently looks low. So in other words, if you look at the first comp that is almost 5,000 square feet smaller, the value change is very, very little, just $4,000. And then the next comp is 14,000 square feet. And you'll see that the value is more, they have a higher value than she does. And then the third comp is also a higher value, and it's 15,000 square feet. And the reason for that is we're pulling her value down. Her value would be $68,000 in land only, plus the additional improvements. So we're adjusting the value down based on the shape, and the land over here is just selling. The equity portion of an account is related to the sales, and we've got sales at $60,000 for 14,000 square feet. Sell at let's see here, what is this one? $41,000 for 14,000 square feet. $80,000 for 14 square feet, and $90,000 for 30,000 square feet. The numbers are probably fine here. It's just a big increase. That's my opinion. It's just a big increase is all. That's all I have.
Right.
Okay. So Catherine, you have then 2 minutes for cross-examination. And then 2 minutes for rebuttal. So if you want to ask Ray questions or us questions.
No, all I can say is, our neighborhood is still the same. All the houses there are still the same. There's no one actually sold on my street. And am I going by what the value of property's worth?
Okay, anything else?
No, sir.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, values are going up because of sales. I mean, people are just paying more money.
Right,
And so people that already own land, their land goes up too.
right. Well, I know that's for a fact because, I live in Bastrop and the same thing's happening here. That things are worth 3-4 times more than they used to be.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, that's what's happening all over.
Okay, anything else you want to tell us?
No, that's all.
Okay. Ray, if you need it, you got 2 minutes.
Well, I would just add to that in her immediate area, there was 51 sales.
Okay.
And the percentage of that is pretty crazy. About 10% of her area changed hands.
Wow.
10%. Pretty close to 10% of her area changed hands.
Did you get that, Catherine?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay.
Looking at your sales ratio report, you're still a little bit low.
Yeah, because it's a neighborhood it's experiencing change. It's going through renovation. It was a neighborhood in decline, and now it's builders are in there. People are building homes. So it'll be a 5 to 10 year change, probably.
Okay.
That's it. That's all I have.
Okay. Catherine, you have 1 minute for closing. Any final thoughts you want to tell us?
No, like I said, I was going by my street I live on, over there, and we're all the same old places there. Nothing fancy.
Okay. Ray, you got
Same
it?
neighbors.
Okay. So now it's our time. I'm not seeing anything here to change. Okay. So I'm going to make a motion then on case ID 2021-1775, account number 48829. When considering Q2, the appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, that we maintain the 2021 assessed value at $55,360.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Catherine, thank you for coming.
Oh, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Next, we have another telephone conference. This is case 1566. Anna K. Whipkey.
Page 1, right above the other one.
Thanks, Tom.
Ready?
Mhm.
Anna Whipkey.
Hello.
Anna, this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you this morning?
Great, how are you, sir?
Fine, thank you. We have some administrivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. And if you'll just follow along, I'll have some questions toward the end. We're opening hearing on case 2021-1566, account 32953. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1, market value.
Okay, Ray?
Yes, thank you.
Yes,
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Anna, do we have all of your evidence?
yes, I turned it in.
Thank you, ma'am. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Anna, I'm assuming that you're under oath for the duration of this hearing since you signed the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
I, Ray Presley, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Anna, I'm obligated to ask if you have a Texas appraiser license.
no,
Do you have available to you the time limits page, the chart of the timing of the hearing?
yes,
Excellent. You'll notice there are two major columns there. Do you want to speak first, or would you like the district to speak first?
oh, I don't know what's the standard, I'm sorry.
No, the governor says you get to choose.
Okay, I'll let y'all go first.
Okay,
All right, this property is located on North Cassuth Street, so it's behind our building and a little bit to the left, maybe 5 or 6 blocks to the left. And
Right.
so from a sales comparison approach, the property is has utilities and it has a small garage or shed type structure on it. We'll look at we're going to basically look at land sales here. Since most of the value, it's $71,000 in value and 65 of that is land. The subject property is 16,000 square feet of land. The first comp is a sale in November for 16,000 square feet of land and utilities, but not a shed. Sold for $79,000, and that was on North Dowdy Street, 300 block. So it's one street over and 2 blocks to the south.
Towards Market?
That's correct.
Okay, I think I know which one.
Yes, ma'am. And then the next sale is on Cassuth. So
Mhm.
this is 700 block of Cassuth. So 2 blocks away. This is a 4,000 square feet piece of land and sold for $44,000.
Okay,
Cell number 3 is on Ann Street. So Ann is pretty good ways away. Ann is basically maybe 6 or 7 blocks to the west and,
Right.
and generally right behind our building here, actually.
right,
Sold for, it's 12,800 square feet. Sold for $60,000 in March of 2021. And the last sale is on Dowdy, 300 block of Dowdy. So it's one street over from the subject, 2 blocks away. Sold for $44,000 for 8,000 square feet.
okay,
So we raised the land value from Pearl
Okay.
Street, to Hood Street. And these are a few of the sales that were in this area. There were a total of 29 sales in this immediate area. The appraisal district's about 98% accurate
Okay.
in this area. That's all I have.
Okay.
Okay, Anna, you have then 2 minutes for cross-examination if you want to ask Ray questions, and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
All run together like 7 minutes total?
Sure, I'll give you 7 minutes
Okay.
total.
Okay, well, I'm not going to take that long. I didn't go that far out of figuring on my lot here. I just did to the side is Cassuth, the back side is Laurel, and then the other side, well, Dowdy, which my house, that property doesn't run to Dowdy, and Liberty. I was just going on the trailers that are over there, that trailer park on Cassuth. They're, they're not the best in the world. There's like 3 little places in there, and they're, like hoarder type stuff. And then on Laurel, there's trailers like down that street there. I just stopped that far. And then Dowdy, and then because on Dowdy we got the real nice rock house that, on the corner. And
Yes,
then we got
ma'am.
Mr. Otto's house across the street on Dowdy and Liberty. And then we had the other home down there on Liberty and Cassuth. And I was just figuring in the trailers and, then we got looking at that one radio tower down there. I was just going off of that because that little part of the neighborhood is just more trailers than like nice homes. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay.
So I would say that she's right. That tower that she, that picture of that tower that she gave, that's the tower that the buzzards dry themselves on every day, right? It's full of buzzards. Yeah, that's what it's known for. Here's the thing is all of the sales that happened occurred in these conditions. And
Right.
furthermore, it could be the trailers that are attracting the dollars. Right now, this is the last place in town, quote unquote, in town, that you can do what you can do in Fulton, which is buy a piece of land and park an RV on it.
Okay.
You can't do that inside the city limits. You can't get away
Right.
with that. There's a lot of value in being able to buy a piece of land and put either an RV or a mobile home on it.
Okay, I see your point.
And so it drives the value up, even though it's counterintuitive.
Right.
But it does in the marketplace. People are willing to pay more for that option. So
Okay.
we believe that's what's going on. That's our explanation for it.
Okay. Well, see, I learned something. Thank you.
Sure. No, appreciate it.
Okay, Anna, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it or want it.
No, I'm
Okay,
fine, sir.
okay, let's,
I put out my point, and I didn't know that, but he's right on that point.
okay. Well, let's go to closing. Ray, you went first.
I'm done.
Okay. Any final thoughts from you, Anna?
No, sir, I'm fine. I like I said, I didn't go very far out of my just smallest parameter there, and I didn't go out like y'all did. So it's it's no biggie. That's fine.
Okay, it's our time.
There's a small adjustment based on the sales.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
There
Yeah,
is.
it was
It's pretty
71.
small, 71,000.
It would be okay.
71.
It would be okay with me if we just went to 000 if y'all want on that. You know what I mean?
71,000.
Yeah,
Okay.
if we just went
Okay.
to an even number there.
Okay. Yeah, make it 71,000 then.
Okay,
Can
so,
you leave it at 71?
yes.
That's what we're gonna do.
I'm gonna make a motion
Okay.
here. So on case ID 2021-1566, account number 32953, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from 71,980 down to 71,000.
Okay, great.
My second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Anna,
All
71,000.
righty, guys.
We're done.
Thank you.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Okay, bye.
Our next case is in person. It's 1053. Harold Draw is here along with Brandy Snell.
Oh,
So I'm gonna pull a chair around.
yeah.
Who's Randy?
Yes, thank you.
Probably girlfriend.
Yeah, I didn't ask. You know what? We have a folding chair. Would that be too uncomfortable for them, or could we just do this?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Do you have one that wobbles? I did an interview one time at a job and I sat down in the chair. It's terrible.
Oh,
The whole
really?
time, you're sitting there like.
That's rude.
All right. So shall I bring them back?
Sure.
What's the case number?
1053.
Yeah.
I hate you.
There's nothing wrong with that.
$2.
This is Harold Draw and Brandy Snell. So just make your way back.
Morning.
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 It's really tight in here, so.
So the other building flood.
Yeah, I don't know. So don't be too concerned for us though, because this building is actually nice. We're not that unhappy about being in here.
A little cozy, but.
It's a little cozy.
Yeah.
Well, that's not bad.
We have some administrivia to go through before we get down to the heart of the matter.
Okay.
If you just follow along, I'll have some questions for you near the end.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case number 2021-1053, account 24703. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1 and Q2.
Greg, got it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. It's the three of us that are the review board. Ray is representing the district, and I don't know what he's doing.
The masked man.
He's got two monitors.
The man behind the curtain.
Minesweeper on this one and solitaire.
That's right.
We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications.gov. It's ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. When this hearing is ended, you'll get a document will be generated with our findings and also instructions and information on how you can appeal if you don't agree with us. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. It's very important. Do we have all your evidence?
I believe so.
Okay. It's important because you can't introduce something in the middle of the hearing. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Parris, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Waggert, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Okay, so they would like for you to go
Oh, wait,
ahead
wait,
and
wait.
say, I do solemnly swear or affirm, and state your name, please, with this first one.
Okay, I do solemnly swear and affirm the testimony that I shall present to the appraisal review board of Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And state your name.
Harold Change Draw.
And if you'll do the same, Brandy?
Then sign.
Yes, sir. Sign and print.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And state your name.
Brandy Snell.
I request you do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Harold, I'm obligated to ask you if you have a appraiser's license in the state of Texas,
No, sir.
okay? There should be, yeah, there's a document on your desk. No, there you go. This is the procedure we will follow during the hearing. And you get to choose who goes first, you or the district. Which would you prefer?
I guess the district.
Okay, Ray, you have 5 minutes.
I yield.
Huh?
I don't have anything to say right now.
Okay,
Okay.
in that case,
So I purchased a property last year, November 5th, only for $118,000. The reason that I think the lady at the time was wanting 125, and she sold it to me for less than what she could get. There were multiple people looking at the property. It's been opened up since Harvey. There's a hole in the structure. It's rotten on the inside. The house does need to be tore down. I did provide the demo estimate for your review there. And then one of the main things that's an issue with this property is the bulkhead is totally snapped in half and it's not even a functioning bulkhead at all. So that will have to be removed and a new one put in. And I've also included the estimate for that. Just looking at some of the other properties that we compared from the comps that we were provided, it just doesn't appear like anything's like in uniform at all from when we went around and looked at the different properties. All these houses have bulkheads that are in operation. The properties are just they're just not even comparable to the one that I have, or on 23 now, so that we're talking about. What else do we need to add here?
Well, in the district's evidence packet, you'll notice that there are sales comps and equity comps. The properties that are listed as comparables all were homes that are inhabited, they're move-in ready with bulkheads. This is the only property that we could find in Key Allegro that actually has no bulkhead and is uninhabitable at the moment. It will need to be torn down. Shane, Mr. Draw has over 20 years of experience as a builder. So it's not just an opinion that it needs to be torn down, it in fact needs to be torn down. So the opinion of value comes simply from the sale of the property, and then the work, taking into consideration the work that needs to be completed. So there's the bulkhead estimate, and then in addition, there's going to be the demo of the property. That's how we came to our opinion of value.
When did you buy this?
November 5th of
2020?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we included the settlement sheet too.
Couldn't find the date, but that's just because they hide these things.
Yeah, it's like on the 3rd page and it's real small.
They don't want you to know.
Okay, anything else?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
the pictures,
Yeah, we can go through this if you want to.
Yeah.
So on page 1, you'll see just a front view and a back view, a rear view. So on the top of the page, you'll see that the roof is exposed. Again, brings my point home that this has been open to the elements for the 3 years, 4 years
Almost.
prior to the purchase, since the storm basically. The rear view will show that, again, the damage, there's erosion to the lot as well. I'd say it's about 3 feet, maybe more. That'll have to be filled in. And then the bulkhead is snapped. Moving to page 2, that's a better view of the bulkhead. well, what was or where the bulkhead would be. And again, you can see that erosion towards the top of the page on the next property, just how much is missing. Page 3, again, just more views of the front and back, just proving again that it's not going to be something that we can fix. Then the page 4 is the estimate for the removal of the structure and the demo. Page 5 begins the proposal for the bulkhead. Am I going too fast?
No.
Okay,
No,
okay.
you're doing
Page-
fine.
Senator.
Page 6 is the closing statement. And that continues to page 7, 8, 9. Page 10 is simply one of the district's comp pages, just showing that the two properties, besides the 23 Nassau, which are considered sales comps, I believe. Yeah, sales comps. Those again those were move-in ready homes. They had bulkheads. The rear is a completely different setup, and I provided pictures of both of those on page 11 and 12, just so you can kind of see it from the rear view.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, so Ray, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal and 2 minutes for cross-examination.
Yeah. If I've never said this before, I hate valuing damaged homes, but I'll say it again. So the 118 opinion of value is your what you paid for it, right?
Correct.
And then having trouble saying the word. Let me try again.
I have a paper packet for you.
No, I'm trying to open mine. Here we go. All right, so you guys could imagine that we understand you paid 118, but we get to have our opinion. And so our opinion is it's not worth 118, like that's your purchase price of 118. That's fine, that's why we're here.
Mhm.
I think we even talked on the phone, maybe.
We did.
We did, yeah, I remember talking.
Yeah.
And I remember as soon as we got to the bulkhead, me wanting to back out of making a decision. Because I don't like to make decisions on bulkheads. Like every time we think that a bulkhead matters a whole bunch, we find someone that buys a lot that doesn't have a bulkhead on it. Not in Key Allegro, but somewhere else, and they pay full price and then put the bulkhead. It's just weird. But if you took it just to land value, we'd be at 246, right? That's what we think the land's worth. So 246 minus the $70,000 for a bulkhead, and let's say $30,000. Let's just say $100,000 bulkhead and demo.
Mhm.
That gets you to 146, right?
Mhm.
Which is still north of 118. That's why we're here today. Like we're not being. We want them to make the decision. Right? We're not being super hard-headed. We understand that there's a ton of problems. I don't believe the house is going to be rebuilt. I know your bulkhead's screwed up.
Right.
I just don't know what the value of the thing is.
Gotcha.
And so I don't want to attach my name to anything.
Sure.
I don't want to be able to say, hey, Ray thinks I don't want the state to be able to say, the appraisal district thinks this is the value is. I want the state to be able to say the appraisal review board said this is what the value is. Because chances are, it's worth $200,000. Like if you were going to turn around and sell it, but maybe not. You may have to fix the bulkhead before you can sell it. There's just a lot of weird stuff going on here. When you bought it, did you know the bulkhead was bad?
Mhm.
Yeah, so that was that you didn't find that out later. That
No,
was
yeah,
all-
I mean, yeah, everything was.
So that could be why it was 118.
Yeah.
I mean, that could be, because that's a big expense.
And we weren't the only people looking at the lot. I mean, there were, we lived down the street, there were
Yeah, you had a house.
multiple cars.
You had a house in Key Allegro already,
Mhm.
and so there's inside knowledge kind of thing. Yeah,
Mhm.
let's just let these guys make a decision. I'm not gonna. That's
Sure.
why I didn't go through the comps.
Okay.
There's nothing for us to.
I've got a question. Was this an open market sale? I mean, was this?
Yeah.
Was it listed?
It wasn't listed on MLS, but it was offered to, I mean, there were, I don't know, I lived down the street, there were people driving by that thing, almost daily for 2 months.
Okay. Was there a sign out front?
I think she did have a for sale by owner sign up front.
Right after the storm, was it 18 maybe that it went up, or was it way later?
No, the
We
person,
bought it in 20, so it was probably late 19 or something.
I don't know.
Okay, that's
Tell you
fine.
that, yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. Anyways, I don't have anything, I really don't have anything to say.
Okay. If you need it, you got 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I'm not really sure what there's to rebut other than, we paid
Okay.
the 118 for it, for a reason. And, when we get done investing what we need to the property, I'm not saying it wouldn't be worth that 246, but today we don't believe it is.
I have one other point. We didn't actually hear about the sale from the owner of the property at the time. We heard about it from a friend of a friend. So it wasn't as if it was so insider, not to
Oh,
just to
sure,
use that term. We didn't know this person.
So the thing about a market sale, it being on the open market and stuff like that, even if this was on the open market, it's almost not a market sale. Something that is the bottom of it's such an outlier in Keel Grove that you wouldn't leave it in a data set anyways. Even if it was listed for a year, you would be tempted to just remove it out
That'd
of
be
the
the one
data
that
set.
you
Because
cross
what
it
are you gonna do with it? You're gonna forever say, yeah, that one was this. You're gonna always have an asterisk by that sale and say it had a damaged bulkhead, it had a damaged house. It's always gonna be
2 minute there, 2
something,
minute
yeah.
rebuttal, and then we'll go to closing.
We're good.
Okay. All right. So we'll go
I'm
to
good.
closing. Anything in closing, Ray?
No.
Okay. You got a minute? Any final thoughts?
Do you,
No.
No, sir, I think
Okay. All right.
Okay,
so it's our
the
time.
house is already, the improvements are already adjusted to 25%.
Yeah.
If you take the land, the 246, and take the 70,000 offered for the bulkhead, and then add back the 23,660 for the 25% of the house, you get 199,660.
We believe the house is coming down also. I just want to make sure that I believe that the house is coming down too. Just letting you know.
Okay,
I don't believe that the house is going to be rebuilt.
correct.
then it comes down to 176 plus $10.
Why wouldn't we just use the sale price? The 118?
Because the land has more value than it did when they bought it.
This is, it wasn't, I'm not convinced it was an open market sale myself. It was never listed on MLS or with a realtor. So I would tend to go with a slightly higher value than sale price.
Well, 246,400 minus the 70,000,
So that comes around.
246,400 minus 70,000.
No, I'd also,
176,400 plus $10 for the house.
Okay.
I'd still take some demo costs off. I mean, there was like 100,000 here, almost 100,000. Well, 76, 9, 88.
Yeah, I think I'd take another 12,000 off for demo costs.
Okay,
So it'd be 164, 410.
I think the cost of the bulkhead was like 76.
Yeah, 76, 350.
how much? You got?
164, 410.
All right.
Good with that, Scott?
Okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna make a motion on case ID 2021-1053, account number 24703. When considering both Q1 incorrect appraised market value or Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $270,060 down to $164,410.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Done. Okay,
Very good.
Better than I would have done. So
Yeah, I
it was
appreciate
worth
it.
it. It was worth it.
Yeah.
I think it was worth it, yeah.
Okay.
Appreciate it, guys.
Good luck over there. The guy next door, you
Two doors down?
Well, I noticed in one of these pictures, it looked
Oh.
like this,
Apparently he ran out of money.
that guy right there, is that a new bulkhead? Did you know?
They started that. I don't know. Yeah, it is a new bulkhead today.
So did both of those bulkheads, like at the seam, or do you not know? Or they just have the water?
Yeah, the one on the south half of ours snapped. I guess it would be next that one. I don't know if it pulled that one in or not.
Yeah, I was wondering if one of them was the culprit, you know what I mean? And took down
I don't know. They had they've had those storms up for 6 months or more, longer.
Well, a bulkhead can make you run out of money, right? You know,
For sure.
I mean, you gotta purchase it
It's-
super
it's
low
it's
in
a
order
legit-
to be able to justify.
It's a legitimate.
I mean, can you
Thing to
imagine
look
like
at.
if you would have paid 200 for it and then tore the house down? So that would have been an expense. So then you're up to like 225, and then you add a bulkhead to it.
Right.
And then you're at 300, and then you're wishing you never would. Then at that point, you wish you never bought it.
Right. Oh, yeah. It's been a loser,
Oh, yeah, and then, you know,
for sure.
Also, you're not the only people that we hear of this kind of thing, but the issues are, I bought this place and now it's in the good part is,
Oh,
you
yeah.
knew about it in advance. and
Well-
You made you accounted for this. And so
Again, that's
you're kind of in a
why
better
we
position.
paid
Yeah.
what we did. for
Yeah,
it.
I agree.
That's a
They
good-
would have
that's a
wanted
good
more,
thing.
we wouldn't
Yeah,
have done
appreciate
it.
it.
Thank you.
You're right, Ray, it warmed up.
it did, I know,
Not that I'm hot or anything, but.
but you can feel it.
Yeah. Don't tell me 1957 is the next
Good
case.
guess. And it is Shannon Schilling.
Okay.
Are you here or I? Oh, okay. No, right, so like, how close? Because, well, the thing is, they're still hearing the 830s right now. Yeah, so.
So what we can do is put a scanner setting and make sure it says.
Because,
Yeah, there's a setting here, but it probably does not change.
yeah. I tell you what, when you get the pipe block.
Scott, it's case 1957.
Thank you.
You're up, man. Can you look in the dictionary and Webster's dictionary under rough neighborhood? There's pictures of this. Oh, my.
Standing around machetes and knives.
Let's see. Let's see.
1957.
1957.
Shannon Schilling is here.
Did you find it?
Yeah.
Where is it?
Page 2 on top.
Cover.
These people are ready for the flood in their pictures. They have one of these offshore escape capsules.
There's a place in Corpus that had those out the parking lot for sale for a long time.
Oh, yeah, I remember that place, yeah. Yeah, there's several different types, so unique craft, very, very basic boats.
Do they actually have motors?
They do, little diesel motors that water cooled.
Okay, do you want me to find Ray and bring her on back?
Yep.
Right. 819-571, thanks so much. We'll go to the end over there and we'll see a chair. And that's where you'll be sitting. This is Shannon Schilling.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Shannon.
Okay,
We'll
the
go back here.
water on the table.
Yeah.
Shannon, we have some administrivia to go through before we get started.
Okay,
If you just follow along, I'll have some questions for you when I get near the end.
okay, sir.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1957, account 21631. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1 market value.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. The board is the three of us. Ray represents the district, and he just operates the computer, the man behind the curtain. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using a survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created with our determination of value, and it will also have instructions and information of how you can appeal if you don't agree with us. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is important, Shannon. Do we have all your evidence?
As far as I know, I don't have written estimates for some of the things that I am going to bring up, but,
Okay.
Under-
If you don't have written estimates, that's okay. You can do it verbally,
okay,
but you can't introduce new evidence in the middle of the hearing.
oh, okay,
ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Okay, Shannon, you can go ahead.
I do solemnly read that out loud.
Yes, and
Okay.
say your name.
I, Shannon Schilling, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I, Ray Pressey, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Shannon, I'm obligated to ask you if you hold a Texas appraiser's license,
No, sir.
okay? On the table, just up from your pad, is a chart that shows how we will proceed through the hearing. And you get to choose whether you speak first or the district speaks first. Which would you prefer?
The district to speak first.
Okay, right, you have 5 minutes.
Shannon, the pictures, are they current?
Yes, sir, they are.
Do you have an opinion of value?
On our property.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, at the current time, I would say it's less than 120,000 because of the repairs that need to be done. If all repairs that I'm going to point out that are done, I would say about 135.
You only have $15,000 in repairs? You have more than that,
Could be more than that,
yeah.
because I didn't bring the,
I'm at 135.
okay. I would say there's probably at least 20,000, if not
I'm at
30.
135 right now, and we don't have to do the hearing.
You mean
Me and you agree at 135.
instead of the 158?
Yes.
That's less than last year's value.
Okay.
Done.
Good. Okay, let me make a motion then. I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1957, account 21631. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $158,990 to $135,000 even.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Do you
Done.
think it's gonna be worked on this year, or is this something that is gonna be?
I'm honestly not sure. COVID, with the COVID and everything that's happened.
Let us know,
Okay.
maybe March of next year or something, give us a call. Because when we drive by, we may think.
It's been bad.
Yeah,
Okay.
when we drive by at 60.
I don't know how you could on those roads. Though some people do go down that road at 60. I don't know how they do it, but they must replace their shocks every 6 months.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you for the photos also. It helps a lot.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I should add, thank you for the current photos. The ones from August the 30th, 2017, they don't count as much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah. All right, our next case is going to be Amen with the appraisal district. It is 2126. Madhu is the owner name. The agent, Daniel Gonzalez, sent in an affidavit.
Name it here.
Yeah, I just told
I was affidavit only.
This is by affidavit.
you. This is the affidavit on.
Oh, let me see it. Is it new? Weird.
Nadu Inc.
Yes,
Okay.
affidavit only. Amen.
Morning. Good.
All set? Yep. Okay, we're opening a hearing by affidavit on case ID 2021-2126, account 17659. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1 and Q2.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Aaron Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony and shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Read the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the record. It is section 1. It says Madhu Incorporated, PO Box 61068, Corpus Christi, Texas 78382. Phone number is 210-998-9703. Your email is satheshj@aol.com. Property in question is 415 South Austin Street, Rockport, Texas 78382. Reasons for protest selected are just incorrect appraised market value. Evidence is specified as being 4 pages. Section 5 says, statement of facts or argument says, C of the following attachments in support of the owner's proposed value, $394,524. Exhibit A, statement of facts or arguments, 2020 rent roll, 2019 rent roll, and the owner's income calculation worksheet. Section 6 says they do not intend to appear at the hearing, either in person or by telephone conference call. And section 7 says it was signed and notarized in Duluth County. Exhibit A, statement of facts or arguments. And I don't know, I'll just point this out. This is a property downtown. It's in downtown Rockport.
Okay.
It's the one that has a courtyard in the middle. It used to have a royal house in the back before they moved. And there's just like a garden area in the middle, but there's like 8 tenants in there.
Oh, I know, yeah.
You like entering through the corner.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. Number 1, percentage increase over prior years. The appraisal district increased the appraised value of the property from $401,460 in 2019 to $1,125,380 in 2021. This is approximately a 280% increase over this period. We believe the increase was incorrect due to several external factors that impact the market value of the property. 2, rent rolls. The property is a commercial property with 10 rental units that are used primarily for retail purposes. The Rockport area has been recovering from the impact of Hurricane Harvey over the last 3 years, which impacted the rental income for the property. Then in 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic negatively impacted the rental income of the property. Enclosed are the rent rolls for the property for 2019 and 2020 that showed the vacancies throughout each year and the total rental income. 2020 rent roll shows a total rental income of $80,200. The 2019 rent roll shows a total rental income of $65,100. The market value based on the actual rental income warrants an adjustment of the appraised value. Based on an income approach, we believe the actual value of the property should be decreased to $394,524 for 2020. Closes a breakdown of our valuation based on the income calculation worksheet provided by the appraisal district. We use the same overall capitalization rate as the appraisal district. 3, other factors. The other data to consider in determining the market value of the property are the operating expenses for the property. In 2020, the owner's operating expenses for the property were approximately $43,312. And then the next page is the 2019 rent roll, showing an annual total of $65,100, showing where their vacancies are and what the rents are. 2020 rent roll is following that. It says $80,200 for the year, and again showing their rents and vacancies. Last page is the owner's income calculation worksheet. It says Madhu Inc. Austin Street Mall valuation. Rental income per the rent roll, $80,200. So operating expenses and are added up to, they don't give an additive, but it gives an NOI of taking the expenses out of $36,888. And then they have a little cap rate, and that's where they get their value of $394,520. Right. That concludes the property owner's evidence. Okay, for hours, I'm not even going, you don't even need to open up evidence packet for it because it's pretty much the same information. Here we go. Get this thing to display right. There we go. Okay, so on this property, when we value downtown strip centers, the rent that we're using for market rate is $10 per foot per year. And according to their rent roll, that is exactly what they're charging. They're charging $10 per foot per year. The reason the rental income is less in 2019 than it is in 2020, if you notice, there's a little pattern in here. Look at 2019. In units 5 and 6, it says January rent, $500, $500, $500, vacant, $1,000. So if you look at just at January of 2019, the rents are under $1,000 per unit, except for 9 and 10. And if you look at the December, so the current rents, they're all well over $1,000, except for number 3, which is $1,000 a month. They're raising their rent. So it kind of the opposite of what was being asserted in point number 2, that like it's the hurricane recovery period and COVID is depressing rent and making it hard. They're raising their rent by a lot, and they're getting new tenants for these new rents. I mean, the one that was vacant all 2019 finally got a tenant, and it's at $1,500. The one that's currently vacant was being leased for $750, and then it's sitting empty. And if everything holds true, they're going to lease it to somebody for about $1,100. So there
Is a quick question. When these got unit number 5 and 6, is 5 and 6 rented as a single
Yes.
thing?
Yeah, they're conjoined. So
Okay.
it says unit number, so there's really only 7 tenants, but there's 10 units.
And space wise, it is, I mean, since they're charging similar rent for 5 and 6 and 7 and 8, 9 and 10. Well, that's not true for 9 and 10.
Yeah, they're all different sizes. The building wraps around really weird, and they're cut in there weird. But the total, I mean, exactly what they're charging is $10.07 per foot. So, I mean, but it's probably just $10 where their rents are really coming from. If you look at their December rent, and then you just look at the vacancies from the past year, I think their vacancies are abnormally high because they're changing their rent and they're waiting for better tenants. But they're, even though for December, they're only showing that they're about 10% vacant because they're only missing 1 unit and it's the smallest unit. Even giving them a higher vacancy, assuming that some of these people may not stick around, their income for the next year is going to be much higher than it was this year. I mean, their gross potential income is $111,000 per year. And what they're really going to get is about 93, not 80. I mean, these are just old numbers. This is like, you don't value it based on what the rent used to be. And on top of that, the expenses, they have good information on both the rent and the expenses. The rent, you were just right about it. The expense information is good, except they're taking property taxes both as an expense and then they're loading it into the cap rate, which is 2 ways of doing the exact same thing. You're just double dipping the cost of taxes. So either way is fine, but you do one or the other. We load the cap rate because it makes more sense for what kind of valuation we're doing. But that being said, given their actual, all this information, the most notable change is their expenses, repairs and maintenance, insurance, professional fees, and bank fees. Insurance is high, it's $11,000, but insurance is high. Retail places downtown Rockport. That would indicate a value for the subject instead of 1.1 million, which is what it was last year and what it was this year, at 785,000.
Using their numbers, which you say they're double dipping.
And
on a few things.
No, 785,000.
I got 760,
Okay,
and I thought we did the same thing. I added $13,000 to the rent income to make it 93,000.
okay,
I put back in the 21,212 property taxes,
okay,
and I used their 9.35.
Yeah, the only difference is gonna be that the effective gross income is gonna be not exactly 93,000.
Oh, okay,
It's 93,600.
okay. Great. So your.
I did that
number-
this morning. It was
Your
70.
number is 785?
Yes, and this is good information that will tell me, one of the things that we needed, one of the only pieces of the puzzle we needed for downtown Rockport was what are the actual rents there? Because they're not often listed. The vacancy is pretty low, actually. They go pretty quick. And the tenants are good. But what are they paying for insurance? And that's gonna affect valuation. So I would expect it to be more like 785 next year.
And you had a settlement offer. What was the status of that? Did they ever reply or respond to that?
No.
Okay.
And I'm amending that offer to something much lower based on the data that they provided me actually. They'd given me their rent roll before and just showed, hey, look, we used to be charging very low rent, and then starting in 2019, they started cycling out tenants and updating their rent. But the expense information was new to me as of this morning.
And on your original worksheet, you don't have operating expenses here, and that's because you're doing what, a triple net with,
Yes,
and then loading the cap rate?
Right.
Okay.
So what it will probably do is not create expenses for the model, it will depress them.
Okay.
And how do
I'm
we,
good with 785.
and I'm gonna be okay with that. I still have a question on the big difference between 785 and your 394. What was the difference in their calculation versus?
Well, the 21,000 property taxes goes back in,
Right.
So there's the
And the-
taxes is one thing,
and the rent income was 93,000 change as opposed to 80,000.
yeah, they're just using a backward facing snapshot of their rents from when they had tenants in there that were on old leases where they were charging less, that are no longer in effect. So nobody's gonna pay $700 a month in rent in this place ever again. So it wouldn't make sense to value.
All right, 785. Okay. So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-2126, account number 1765659. When considering both Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, I move that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $1,125,370 to $785,000.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Case closed.
$940.
Oh, okay, great. Oh, no, that would work. Yeah. Sure. Thank you. Yeah.
And then the other guy is Greenberger, and I checked with him, he said, I'm almost there. He said, "I think he has that, the legal side as well."
Who checked in first?
Well, I actually took him in first, like 2 minutes, I mean, they were like,
Real
so,
fun. All
yeah,
right, well, let's see what.
yeah.
Gentleman's math challenge.
Hmm?
We got a gentleman's math challenge.
Okay. We are going to be hearing case 316 in person, Runberger.
Okay,
We've got to get his evidence in, all that good stuff.
okay.
So, the game on back.
Math challenge, yes.
Talking about 400%.
Yeah.
My fingers in my folder. Well. Still got a silver. Gymnastics team that US got silver instead of the old Russian team, which I don't know what they are, but
The Russian Olympic Committee, you
It
mean?
is.
yeah. Wait, so they got gold. So I wonder which, like you were asking yesterday, which anthem did they play?
They played Tchaikovsky something.
Is it really?
Yes, that's what they play.
I'll be darned.
It's good to know that the Olympic Committee's penalties have teeth.
They do? No, they do. They do.
Well, I was amazed. I read an article about that the amazing way, like they just described a small part of it on the doping, on how they built a building next to it and like drilled a hole in the side, and like they were basically like passing clean urine back through, like to do, that's how they were doing it, and like zero of them ever tested positive during the time, and you know, that's just what they were doing, and they found all this out. And,
Okay.
I mean, it wasn't just kind of a minor, like, hey, a couple of guys are doing this. They had a whole plan. They built a building for this, and it's, I mean, it's just amazing that it was not, yeah, it was a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
Because I was curious too. I didn't understand that when I saw ROC. Who's ROC?
Yeah.
And so when I typed that in, immediately this article like about the whole Sochi
Okay.
thing and
Yeah.
all of that and how they're banned, and
Was that the one from the Wall Street Journal yesterday? There was an article in the Wall Street Journal yesterday, or maybe it was Saturday, about the Russians participating, but they're not really Russians, from the Olympic Committee, and
I find it interesting how people put their cell phones in their back pockets.
and don't break them.
Yeah.
There's no way. I feel mine would be broken the first day.
yeah.
I mean,
I worry about mine in my front. I keep mine in my front pocket,
And I
and I
put
worry
mine in
about it there because I still there's little bends, I mean, like, I'm concerned
always
about it sometimes that it
Put
might.
mine in my pocket this way, so if anything hits my pocket,
Yeah,
it's not hitting, it's not hitting the screen.
Yeah, that's- and my keys never go in the same pocket as
Right.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I quit carrying a wallet. You know, pretty much a lot. I had that little bag.
This is
All
Andy,
right, the review board.
Andy Grunberger. You'll be sitting right
All right,
over
all
there.
right. Man, appreciate you guys. Thanks for coming in.
And the name on the account is Brian A. Grunberger. The A is for Andrew and he goes by Andy.
Yes.
Okay.
So you
Have a
can have a seat
All
right
right.
here.
Thank you.
Let's see, this is the tablet.
You all set?
Yes.
Okay, so it is case number 316 on the 10 o'clock docket.
Okay. We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-316, account 33451. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1 and Q2.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The review board is the three of us around the table here. Eamon represents the district and he operates the computer. We don't know who he is, but he does the keys. At the end of the hearing, you will complete the survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate you taking it. You have a right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Andy, it's very important. Do we have all your evidence?
what I could gather.
Okay? It's just that whatever you're gonna use, you have.
Yes,
to
sir. Yes, sir.
Have it
Okay.
before the hearing
Yes,
starts.
sir.
Okay. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66. Yeah.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Thank you.
My name is Andy Grunberger.
Thank you.
And my name is Evan Burke. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Andy, I'm obligated to ask you if you have a Texas appraiser license,
No.
okay? On your table, there it is.
Okay.
This is the procedure that we'll be following during the hearing. And you get to choose whether you speak first or the district speaks first. Which would you prefer?
The district speak first.
Eamon, you have 5 minutes.
No problem. This is account 33451. It is a lot in the donut over here on Ruby Street.
Ruby, no.
Yeah, it's the situs address is Ruby Street, but it's on the corner of Ruby and Linden. You can see on the picto where it is. There's the turn on Market Street. This is north up, and just above this is the wastewater treatment plant, and then you got Gagon and right there. This is the north end of both of those. And this one is 1201 North Ann. So that's the address. Did I say Ruby earlier?
Yeah, you did.
You
Okay,
did.
I'm sorry. That's your other.
Yeah,
That's your home address.
yeah.
This thing's on North Ann. Yeah. I live on South Ann. I just moved. Okay, the sales grid is going to be sales of other properties here in the same area, the Smith and Wood Central neighborhood. Got 704 North Cassuth, 624 North Hood, 712 North Cassuth, and 708 Gagon. And indicated value when adjusted to be like the subject is 38,203. So the change this year from last year's value of 19,000 was a land table change because of there's been sales in this neighborhood of land and houses. So the location value of a property is put into the land as well. So that was where the adjustment came from. I'll just make that pretty clear because I think it'll be relevant later. The equity grid just shows other properties that are in this area. This is on a land table, but it's gonna be exactly our number on this equity grid. It's like off by nothing, 38,400. I think that there's actually something a little bit more effective to look at in terms of equity for this lot, if I'm remembering this one correctly. I think I remember what's going on with this one. And then there's a sales ratio report for this area. We're at 98.5%. So it's just property values are just increasing in this neighborhood. Scott, can you get me the land value or the price per foot if there's only one segment? That'd be great. For 33461. I'm operating off my memory here. This is quite a few things.
It's 6,400 square feet and it's $4.50 a square foot.
450, okay. All right, and you'll notice that the subject is valued at $6 a foot. And they're literally touching. There's that to me is pretty much, it's a great argument. The thing is, this thing ends up being on a different land table. It ends up being on the Ann Street land table because that's where it is. But it's not situated the same way as other properties on Ann. I would say it's more primarily situated on Linden. We don't have a Linden table. It's just because it catches the north-south streets. That's how it goes.
Okay.
So it ends up just being on the border. Ann Street, there's been some crazy sales on Ann Street in this area. Crazy as in very small footprint, very old houses selling for lots of money and empty lots selling for a lot. But from an equity perspective, the one right next to it is $4.50 a foot. And I don't really have any rebuttal to that I don't think our equity grid shows that as clearly, but like, it's kind of the same land, so.
When you say next long piece or next behind it?
It's the one to the left of it when you're looking at the road, looking at it from Linden.
So it's 33461.
Yes, it has the same frontage, it's on a road closure, and it's, the land is touching, and it's just because there has to be a first and last property to everything, there's a line somewhere. I just don't know if this one deserves to be on the Ann Street land table, as it.
Andy, that would come out to 28,800. Do you agree with that?
No.
Okay, we'll continue.
That's all.
All right. So Andy, then you've got 2 minutes for cross-examination if you want to ask Eamon questions, and then 5 minutes for your presentation. I'll give you 7 minutes.
I mean, I don't really, this is my first time doing this, so I don't really know, how to cross-examine anybody. So my property, I bought it, let's say, maybe 10 years ago. The property value has increased over 600%, which to me, like I said, I mean, I don't know, like I said, I'm not an appraiser. Now, my property, the evidence that you guys presented to me, the comparable properties, mine is in a different kind of situation. Number one, I have no city utilities available to me. Now, of course, they say, well, it is available. Yeah, if I take out my pocketbook and, I think they quoted me a price of $28,000. And that was just an estimate. They didn't really actually put it out for bid, but to bring in, so all the other properties that you guys presented to me today as comparables, every one of those has full city utilities available to them. So, and then the house next to it that you guys said, the 33461 property, okay, that has a house with a septic system, fully functional property. And, like I said, you guys are assessing the actual house at only like $14,000. So I'm sure you couldn't build it for that in today's prices. So I'm not sure. Now, so we have to compare apples to apples. So number two, okay, so you guys are saying that I'm on Ann Street, but if you notice, Ann Street does not exist currently. What's there is actually some kind of a drainage, maybe some kind of maybe county drainage. So what happens is that drainage, every time it rains, I know I showed you the pictures that you saw. I know it just recently rained, but those pictures are actually not from this recent rain. It was just a few weeks before that. We had just a minor rain, an average rain, and that property floods every time. And it's caused really from that drainage that's supposed to be Ann Street. And I mean, so when I bought this property, it was part of the county, which I was fine with. I used the property, it's kind of unusable other than storage. My complaint was that, I guess by law, all you guys have to do to annex a property is just put a little small ad in the newspaper. But as soon as it got annexed, I got a certified letter from the city code enforcer letting me know that, of some violations. But like I said, we have to compare, we have to have a comparable like properties. So the one I compared it to, if you look at property 61695, which is actually touching the corner of my property, that is a vacant lot. Because when I called one of the appraisers and he told me, well, your property's worth more because it's got roadside frontage. Okay, because the lot directly behind mine, 33452, that's appraised at like $9,000 something. So my property is being assessed at 300 times that, right? More than 300 times that. Because it has roadside frontage. Well, if you look at 61695, it's only assessed at $14,000. And that has roadside, it's comparable because there's no city utilities on it and it has roadside frontage. It has gag on, so you can access it. It's a vacant lot, just like mine, right? And so, and then if you look a couple lots down from that, which would be 44364, same value, 14,000, around 14,000, as I remember. Same thing. It's a vacant lot, has no city utilities, and it has roadside frontage. So I'm not sure why. Like I said, I have one of the bad things. Like I said, I have Ann Street causes I guess I'm not sure how that got there. I don't know the history of this property. Somebody told me it used to be like a quarry. So I'm not sure how that like Ann Street got dug out. So there's basically every time it rains, it's just a constant like a lake in there, a pond. And so every time it rains, all the runoff kind of comes down to that area and it floods my property. So that's one thing. And then number two, I just got in the evidence package. Now this is just something that came out just the other day, and I'm sure it happens all the time. So I'm behind the wastewater treatment. Well, guess what? I just got this little notice that says, hey, guess what? We just discharged a bunch of sewage. So now my property, not only does it flood, but now I'm basically, I have everything on my property that I had stored there is now basically kind of contaminated. They might say, well, it's not necessarily contaminated with, but it's like, hey, if you discharge sewage, well, guess what? Now all my stuff that I had on that property, is possibly has fecal matter on it. And so how am I supposed to, like I said, you guys are valuing it at $38,000. So how am I going to sell that property for $38,000? When, like I said, I have no utilities, no city utilities. My property floods, due to, like I said, just the location of it, right? It just so happens it's next to some kind of a drainage. Okay. And then, like I said, I'm subject to releases from the sewage plant.
Okay. You'll have some more time.
All right.
Later. So Eamon, you got 4 minutes if you need it for.
Sure. I don't know, I can't tell from, I don't know enough about the wastewater plant to know what they mean. It says it caused overflows at the headworks. And it was caused by stormwater infiltration. So I just want to point out they're not like, nobody cracked a valve.
No, I know that, but
there was just so much water. It's a giant bucket facility and the buckets are gonna fill up. I don't know if what came out of this place was stormwater or if it was sewage. I can't tell.
Well,
I don't know what headworks means.
Well, I'm sure if they have to disclose it, it's probably something that's not good.
Well, usually every time I've seen one of these things, it gets talked about and it sounds like they're dumping toxic waste. It's almost always rainwater. Like Industrial
Why would they have to
facilities.
disclose it?
That's the whole fight with the industrial facility being put in San Pat County. And everybody's talking about how it's gonna destroy the environment. It's just rainwater. They're just talking about when it rains and it lands on all this concrete, it's gonna go through a ditch and it's gotta go somewhere. It's just rain.
Okay, but if you look at the wastewater treatment plant, you see that they have these fields where they, put the water and it basically evaporates, and then that whatever's left is kind of left in these things. Well, once those fill up and come out, well, that's all, that's all waste.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a lot of water.
it is a lot of water, yeah.
2,000.
I mean, I used to live right here. Like I lived 1 block away in the north end. But I also think like the other lots that were brought up, the ones on Gagon that are further back,
Yeah.
I don't think that either property owner would feel like their lots are exactly the same as the subject. If you traded for those, you'd be losing. Yours is better. It would be crazy for me to sit here and tell them.
Well, that's
the person who
that's
owns
because I keep it
44364
nice and mowed. I
That's
mean,
huge. That's huge. I mean, 61695. You see all those dead trees? That's what happens when there's constantly always water.
61615.
It's this one right here. That is what land looks like when it's always underwater. Is the trees get this kind of look to it. That place is a mud hole, and they are gonna look at this lot and be like, no, this one's better. I'd look like an idiot trying to tell them.
Well, that's because I took all the trees off.
Exactly.
And
Yeah. I agree.
What
Right.
pictures are you looking at?
Just the picto. Just the
Oh,
picto.
the pictometry.
Just the one that was included in the thing.
Oh,
Well, but what I'm saying is it's comparable. I mean, you have, okay, we have this lot that's the exact same size, and we have both of them have roadside, basically access to the lot.
But yours is better. than
Well,
both
it
of
looks,
those.
yeah, because I keep it up. I mean, it's
I
the
mean,
other
for
one.
whatever reason, it's better. It's a lot better. I mean, these are almost useless.
Well, that's because I keep it up. I mean, those other people probably don't, it probably hasn't been touched in 20 years.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's true for everything.
And,
That's how every property is like, well, your house is nicer than their house. That's because I take care of my house and this one's going down. Yeah, that's what makes things work more. It's better.
well, but like I said, your assessment,
I think
your
that your lot is probably
Yeah.
$30,000.
This
That's
is,
what I think.
this is what?
I mean, there's no utilities.
I think it sells for 30 grand all day. If there was utilities on it, you couldn't buy it for 30. I tried, you can't.
I mean,
People won't let them go for 30. They won't.
what somebody's,
It's not just what somebody's willing to pay, it's the people who have it have to be willing to let it go.
yeah, I know, well,
30 seconds left.
They're not willing to do it.
That looks
So the
like
price
this
is, it's
lot.
holding the price up because nobody's selling it.
That's the road.
They're selling it for
Oh, is
the
that the
most they
road?
can possibly.
Okay. Because his.
But again, I'm
property
saying
line
that
is
on
behind
density
the fence.
basis, it should be less.
Yes,
Just
exactly.
because we're at 4.5,
Scott's got a
this
good
other
point.
one, and it's like, right, it's
Well,
touching it.
Good rendition.
yeah,
there.
but here's the thing, you're assessing their house at $14,000.
Right, I don't think that that's right either. That's,
I mean, they got
This-
like I
this
said,
is
they got
right away.
septic systems, they got a full
This
house, they got
Yeah,
basically
this-
all, everything,
I know.
and there's no way that you could build that for $14,000.
No, we've got probably 60 grand on this house next door to him,
Okay,
and it's probably worth 150.
okay. So Andy, you got 2 minutes
Looks
for,
There's 2 lots.
rebuttal.
Here's a lot, another lot here.
I mean, I can go into other situations, but like I said, I have this, you're comparing my lot to other lots that have full city utilities. That's really I could understand, yes, my lot, if I had full, like I said, ready to build, I could say, yes, my lot's worth what you guys are saying. But saying that it has no city utilities, somebody's gonna have to sink in they would have to buy this lot for $38,000, and then they're gonna have to sink in another $28,000. Let's just say rough estimate, just to get utilities, so they're in, 50 grand. And they haven't even built anything yet.
That's happening everywhere.
Yeah, but a lot bigger lots.
I mean, everywhere. I'm just saying, it's not, it seems like a lot, but like, what's the alternative?
Well, I mean, like I said, the other lots that you threw in this estimate are, none of them flooded. I drove around.
Yeah.
They don't flood anything near, I mean, the water came up so high of course, this was a rare rain, right? But it came up so high that it actually took my jet ski off of the trailer and was floating around my property. Now, that was the slashed rain, of course, right? It's not common, but this, every time it rains, this property floods.
I just don't think you're gonna sell this to anybody for 20 grand. I don't
mean,
think you're abnormal in that. I don't think anybody's gonna do that. And if you tried, somebody would be over the moon about it.
I mean, somebody's gonna have to sink in a lot of money, like,
But again,
you have to build the
are
property
you
up.
gonna let it go for 20 grand? No. So.
Well, I just don't see how you guys have, like I said, a 600% increase.
The percentage of increase doesn't matter. These are tiny numbers. If it's $5 and then it becomes 5,000, the percentage is ridiculous. The percentages they're extremely misleading. I mean, this is just
Yeah, but
a place that was 19,000 and went to 38,000.
Yeah, but you're comparing my property to properties that
Okay,
have full
time.
utilities. Like,
So we're going to closing. Amy, you got 1 minute to close?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, I don't think that this thing is really situated on Ann Street the way everything else on Ann Street is. You know, if this lot was 1 block down and had utilities and stuff, somebody would buy it for 55 plus. It's crazy. That's what they're doing. But I think that this is more situated on Linden. And again, there's no Linden land to use. So that's why my suggestion was to put it on the same dollars per foot as the guy next to it. That's it. And that's just on an equity basis.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right, Andy, you got 1 minute. Any final thoughts?
You know, I mean, like I said, you're throwing it next on the lot next to it, but I don't think your assessment's even right on that, because like I said, that you're giving a land value of 14,000 and you're giving mine 38,000.
Yep.
Right?
It's low. So we should raise all of it. Yours, theirs, everybody's. We're low. You're making great points that we're low across the board.
Well, I mean, like I said, if there's a madman that comes in here and like I said, from California, is used to paying $1 million for something like this.
One of the most aggressive
You know.
sales we had in here was to Al Johnson.
Well, yeah, he's a builder and he's got.
You're not gonna sell it for 20 grand. It's the sellers have to let it go. They have to sell it.
I mean, like I said, you guys just, what you're comparing my property to is not the same situation. I mean, straight, I mean, simple.
Okay, Scott, what'd you say? 33461, what was the square foot price on that one?
450.
450?
It comes out to 28.8.
28.8. Yeah, but that seems reasonable to me. It's touching, it's got the same access off a paved street, same flooding issues, same, seems like an equivalent lot.
I don't know, it's got the same flooding issue.
It doesn't have to say, no, it doesn't. You know, there's people that live there.
It doesn't. That one's
Okay.
higher than the
Maybe
subject.
we gotta
Subject
mark
is
it
low.
down some for, what is that? Functional obsolescence, or would you not do that?
25.
Going down to 25? Yeah, that would be 10% or more, yeah, okay. All right. So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-316, account number 33451. When considering both Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or equity value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $38,400 down to $25,000.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay.
Is that the only one you have?
That's the only one I'm contesting.
Okay. We have a bunch of stuff in the docket.
So what, I mean, hold on, so you guys had come back, like I said, you guys had come back to a value of 19,200. So now you're increasing it?
No, where'd you get? Okay,
No,
that was
that was
last year's value.
No, I know, but when I originally appealed this, you guys came back with a settlement offer of 19,200.
I'm not aware of that.
I wasn't aware of that.
That would have been the appraisal district that would have possibly made an offer, and then that's off the table once there's a deal.
They're not the appraisal district, they're an independent board. I don't know what.
Well, okay, so when I first appealed this online, they came back with a settlement, right? And then I rejected that.
I wouldn't have done that if I were you.
I mean,
We didn't know about
We
that.
have no knowledge of that.
I also, I don't know who made that offer, but it wasn't me, but I would have
I am
taken it.
giving you just another tablet, it has your name on it, and it's got the Connect Explorer in it. We don't have to worry about it right now.
Did you think it was gonna go down from last year?
But Mike's programming these. I'm gonna do the same thing. with the
well, I
computer.
mean, why not? I
Because
mean, like I
land
said,
doesn't depreciate, land does not depreciate.
you know,
Real estate values. in
off
county.
the record, when I was doing my assessment, right? I'm looking around at different properties, and I can tell you right now that there's certain people, right, that their values have actually gone down.
The land values in the reserve went down, and I think
Okay.
unit one in Key Lake Road. but that's it.
No,
We have
there's,
no-
let's
We
just
do.
say,
Okay.
So phone
That's not what you
hearing,
think it is.
Okay.
Land values
it's
haven't
case
gone down.
number.
well, let's just say, certain,
1758.
you know,
Okay.
maybe public officials.
That's not how
Right.
it works, you don't know what you're looking at, that's not how it works.
You wanna take?
Land
the
values
others?
haven't gone down.
No, you need to keep yours. We'll switch it out. Or is that an extra?
This one was here and this one was here,
Yeah,
so.
sure, if
up
it's
to
an
you.
extra, I will take it.
All right, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
take care. 1758.
Okay, so this is one you're not using, right?
Right.
Give me the word when y'all are ready.
We're ready.
No, wait.
No, wait.
Val, do we have, how many more do we have on hand? Didn't you hear there was only two?
Well, Mr. Cook's there, he has 2 accounts, and I'm not sure after that.
Because there's like a ton of,
Oh, sure, yeah.
there's like 3 pages in the 10 o'clock docket, and like what, none of them showed up? Or what?
I don't know at the moment.
It's just surprising.
Sometimes you wanna offer some people investment deal. You give me $40,000 in 10 years, I'll give you your $40,000.
How
And they
could you
go,
say no?
You know, well, what kind of deal is that? It's a great deal. You don't have to pay no taxes. That's the deal. No taxes.
Yeah. You know, what I think is interesting is in doing valuations, you have to like think about everything from like economics to finances to human psychology a little bit. You think about all this different stuff, and there's so much people have to learn to do it. But as soon as people are holding money or holding the thing that someone else wants to give them money for, they just intuitively become experts.
Right.
Like they're so like all these things are just measuring stuff that everybody does. Like
Yeah.
the sense of like, okay, yeah, I could buy this, and I'm at Walmart and I'm going, I wonder if this is cheaper on Amazon. That's like the economic law of substitution.
Right.
And like, that is all happening and people don't know about it, but they're doing it and they're doing it really well.
Right.
And like,
How many times do you see people pulling out their phones now, checking, what's the cell phone?
yeah, the people who own land are like, they're making savvy, complicated decisions. They don't even realize they're doing it. You know? Hey. Okay.
Maybe, well, it's got the right status.
Yeah, I can go over there.
Maybe
I'll go
just
over there.
minimize it for now.
I need to get our address correct. Oh, okay. All right, I'll let him know. I'll see what's going on.
He is making sure this is right. Okay, it doesn't.
Doesn't have it in the ARB assigned.
Let's see. Yeah, it has it here in the account.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the office. Do you know if this office is open, the utility office? Can I walk in there?
Yes.
Okay.
On your way out though, Amy, when I was walking in here, Bob wrote your machines up.
It
Okay.
is
So you may have to help her real quick on
1758.
your way out.
No problem.
Is this old?
No, I just signed it.
Okay, okay.
Val, I didn't take any of that.
Weird.
I gotta put it all back in. It's not a big deal. It's not that
Yeah,
much
it's
stuff,
just something glitched.
but yeah.
Glitch?
That's a technical computer term.
Yes, it is. Oh, really?
So this account is in the name of Paul and Tara Masters, I think is how she pronounces it.
Yeah.
And she only signed the affidavit. It shows that she called in, so we should be good.
Who signed the affidavit?
Tara?
And she called it.
Yes.
Okay. No problem. Okay. We good?
Good.
Okay.
All right.
Hello,
Good morning, Tara. This is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you this morning?
very well. How are you?
Fine, thank you. We have some administrivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. If you just follow
Sounds
along,
good.
if you follow along with me, I'll have some questions for you near the end.
Sounds good.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1758, account 34888. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is both Q1 and Q2.
We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today. It may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, a document will be created that has our determination of value, and it'll also have instructions and information about what you can do to appeal if you don't agree with us. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Tara, have you submitted all your evidence?
Yes, I believe everything I had, I was able to submit.
Okay, very good. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Tara, I'm assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
I understand.
Thank you, ma'am.
I, Ray Presley, do solemnly swear from the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I am obligated to ask Tara if you hold a appraiser's license,
I do not.
okay? Do you have available to you the time limits page for the hearing? Do
Excuse me, could you ask me that again, please?
you have access to the time limits page for the hearing? It's a chart of the times how the hearing will proceed.
I don't. Unfortunately, you're catching me in the middle of something else because this was pushed back.
Oh, that's okay.
So I
We-
apologize. I'm not as prepared as I had hoped to be, but that's just the life. So we'll keep going.
Well, that's okay. We have a timekeeper and we'll let you know when it's your turn and when it's somebody else's turn.
Sounds good.
One of the things you get to decide right up front is who speaks first, you or the district?
May I have the district speak first, please?
Sure. Right?
Yeah, Scott, can you check the account to see if this was a 2020 decision? Was there a protest in 2020?
Yes.
What about 2019? Was there a protest in 2019? So it was a 2020 decision, right? So will you check the 2020 card and see what the neighborhood adjustment was and the subdivision adjustment in 2020?
It was, subdivision was 120 and neighborhood was 100.
Miss Masters, can you hear me okay?
Yes, but I couldn't hear the last comment very clearly.
Okay, is it your opinion that the value shouldn't have changed, that it should have stayed at 210?
Yes, sir.
That's my opinion also.
Well, then that should make this very easy.
I agree with you. That's what I'm trying to do here. So let me let you know something real quick. So an appraisal district can change the value on an ARB decision after the first year, but it has to have market data to prove it. There is not a current sale in Ventura, so therefore I'm not going to argue. I want to go to 210.
That sounds perfect with me. That's all I was going to ask because we've made no improvements and there's actually been damage, which is what is included in my I'm sorry, I can't think of the word evidence. In my evidence shows that due to faulty construction by the construction, person, we've had leaks, we've had flashing that needs to be replaced, we've had a roof, not ceiling, because we don't have a ceiling yet, but other people's ceilings were destroyed. Our roof has had to be redone. We've had a lot of the special assessments, and then there was a flood, I believe, in 2020 that caused another special assessment. So anyway, yes, I don't want to keep this any longer. If we both agree at 210, let's call it a day.
Okay, all right, hang on 1 second here. So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1758, account 34888. When considering both Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $272,060 back to the 2020 assessment value of $210,000.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's it, Tara.
Thank you.
We're
All
done.
right, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You guys have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Bye-bye.
All right, take care. Bye.
All right, so our next cases will be for Cook, COOK. I am still getting him ready. That hearing went a little quicker than I expected.
In person?
No, yes, I'm sorry. He is in person. So I will be back just a little bit.
What?
Page 3 and page 4, bottom of page 3, top of page 4.
Oh, goodness gracious. 655.
I think so.
Yeah.
There's two of them.
Yeah.
You got it all. This one? It doesn't matter. Well, let's just, which one are we in now? Yeah, that's what I'm checking with. Okay. Let's see. That. Okay, go to the other account. Let's see if that's. All right. Okay. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Next swimming pool.
Might change it to here. See what it is. It's 5416. It's well, 5416 there. Yeah. That was 6,400. So that's going to be at 10, 11,000. All right, see where we're at on this thing. No, 10, 8. Yeah. Okay. No. Okay. Appreciate it. No problem. Okay. It's pretty significant. And then
Is it getting colder in here?
It does. The,
It's hot and then, I mean, the fluctuation is
Right.
hard.
the fan continues to blow, and the compressor cuts off, and it'll blow warm for a while, and then it'll come back on. Blow cold.
Oh. Sure. Right now.
Yeah, it's like I bought railroad property. I get all this.
Come in, you'll be sitting right back there.
All right.
This is Craig Cook.
Morning, Craig.
Good morning. How are we today?
Good.
Good.
How are you doing?
Oh, always good in the AC this time of year.
This is going to be, we're going to swear in for two cases, 655 and 656.
Okay. Okay, so we'll be opening the hearing on case ID 655 and 656. Are they both on the, they're both on the sheet?
They're listed like that.
Okay. This hearing is being recorded.
Check both cases. So Q1 only on both cases.
Q1 rate. We, the Appraisal Review Board, will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Craig?
Yes,
Do we have all your evidence?
you do.
Okay, good, thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F as relates to case number 2021-655 and 2021-656.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F. This pertains to cases 2021-655 and 2021-656.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person as it relates to, violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F pertaining to case number 2021-655 and 2021-656.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I do solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal board for the board for the appraisal county district is true and correct.
If you'll state your name,
Craig Cook
and if you'll say 655 and 656.
for 655 and 56.
I, Ray Pressey, do solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. This is for accounts 656 and 655, or cases 656.
Craig, do you hold a Texas appraiser's license?
I do not.
You have a chart in front of you on the table
I do.
that has the hearing times on it. That's the procedure we'll use, we'll follow.
Okay.
You get to choose whether you go first or the district goes first.
Okay.
Which would you prefer?
Y'all can go first.
Okay.
District can.
Great. All right, this is on Island in Pompano Cove.
Oh, wait a minute. This is the hearing, this is opening hearing on 2021 6:55.
Yes, sir. So that is. Make sure I'm in the right campus. Yes, 6:55. This is the house, right?
Yes.
So this is on the house, okay. So this is on Island, it's in Pompano Cove, it's out towards the end of Pompano Cove Road, you know, you wind and you pass Perch and all those roads, and then you'll eventually get to Island. And this is a house that's almost to the cul-de-sac. On the right-hand side when you're driving in. And from a market approach to value, the median value is 215, and that's using a comp on Pompano that sold in July of 20. It's a lower class and a lower square foot, an older home. Sold for 140,000. There is a sale on Quail for $580,000. And it's a higher class and a larger home. And then there are two more sales, it looks like here, that are going to be in this grid, and one's on Pintail and one's on Lakeshore. One's for 325, one's for 516. Class 4, class 5, about the same size, a little bit larger, 100 square foot larger, 150 square foot larger. Comping out to 181 and 385. These comps are taking away value when the comp is better, and adding value when the comp is inferior. And rendering a value of 215,630, saying that the appraisal district is roughly $12,000 light in value on the house. That's all I have.
Okay. So Craig, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination if you want to ask them questions, and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
So the area there on Island sits quite a bit lower elevation wise. So this house basically sits down in, say, 2 feet above sea level. So it's very vulnerable to high water. And it is on the ground. It is a block house, but it is, you know, elevation wise, nobody likes it. Number 2, here on your evaluation of my house, they have that the house was built in 99 and it was built in 1970. So it's 30 years older than they have it down here for. I would say it's probably closer to the Pintail value than some of these newer homes that they're trying to put it up against, which are probably on quite a bit higher elevation. I'm not really sure. I haven't been over there and pulled the graphics on that, but seeing how we're the lowest street in the neighborhood, pretty much. This is an elevation issue with the house. Insurance doesn't like it. Finance doesn't like it. So it's pretty much whatever someone will pay cash for. Basically, could be a lot value house. So I mean, at 150, I think I'm being very, very nice.
He's got over 5 minutes left. Give him 7 minutes. Anything else?
That's basically it. I'm not debating that the prices of houses are up. I'm just saying that this is not comparable to those houses that went across the street. I think they're putting them, I don't know how high up in the air they are. Those pictures I show, one was of one of the last tropical storms last year. It was basically creeping up into the garage or getting close to the garage there. So, I mean, it's a hard sell. That's really about all I have.
Okay. Ray, you show the date of this house built in 74. Is that?
So yeah, that's what we have. It's a 74 build date. The
Okay.
problem is the house has, from some point back in time, the house is, had an addition. So that addition hopefully happened around 1999. That's when we say it happened.
Okay.
And we say that the original structure was built, which is the house, the rectangle in the middle, was built in 74.
Okay, so that's where the date difference is coming from. Okay.
Yeah, the grid is picking up the 99 because the addition is actually larger than the main.
Okay.
So
Can I weigh in on a little bit?
yeah,
It was two concrete structures built in 74. I don't really know what they were. I think one was like a boathouse. I think the other one was built as a house.
yeah,
And then the son inherited it, or grandson,
yeah,
and he combined the two.
probably around
In
99.
99, that's
Yeah.
when the remodel went on.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think that the appraiser who did the work in 99 should have kept the build date of 74 in there, but for some reason that you could keep the 74 build date and just change the effective age, and that way you keep the data integrity. It's just a silly data error by someone who didn't enter it correctly.
Will it change anything?
Really doesn't change value here. It's not going to be a value thing. It's because of the effective age. The home is not, the home has received some care since the 70s.
So the value's off the effective age.
Yeah, it's not driven off. The build date of the home is used to. It should be correct. I'm not saying it should be correct, but the build date is just used for data.
Doesn't it drive depreciation?
The effective age drives depreciation.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're right.
Effective age drives depreciation.
To,
So when you look at the depreciation on this one, you notice that it has lots of different depreciation numbers. It's got a garage at 83, main area, one of the main areas at 80. Okay, well, yeah, it still doesn't, no, it doesn't change it. So yeah, that 83% is off of that 1999 number of the effective age.
Okay.
And we're pushing the neighborhood up an extra 25%.
hang on, you said 83, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's all driving off of that larger.
The other 83 is from the garage, but that's not a big.
So the large part of the increase was the subdivision increase of 25%.
And I'll wait and let you guys get back on track. I mean, where are we at?
He still has a minute
Okay.
left.
I
If you,
have a few things to say, but I'll wait.
No, just other than, the age of the house and the elevation. That's my biggest concern, concerns with the area. The newer homes are 20 feet elevated up in the air or something like that. As far as the house, it was, when it was built, I think it was built good.
Yeah.
And after the remodel, it pretty much went down. It's very not maintained at all. Roof problems, everything.
okay, anything else?
So,
Okay. Ray, you got 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Don't have a lot to say. I have no cross. In a rebuttal type of thing, I would add, I would, it's my opinion that if this house was built higher, like some of these comps are, that we did comp single-story homes. We were careful to not comp pier homes or piling homes. That the value of this house would be north of 350. That if it was done correctly to get the elevation right. I think that the current value is that it is a $200,000 house. Where I want to be careful with the board is we've kind of been over this before. We've done it right most of the time. Every once in a while, we want to slip through our fingers. Our next account is adjacent, so our next and owned by the same owner. What my intention is to recommend that we have the effective sides corrected, and we do that now so that everybody knows what that would be. That's what I think is the right thing to do, so we don't end up in trouble or forget to do it on this account and then do it on the next account.
Let's do that.
On the land, yes, sir.
What's the issue there?
So
I'm gonna check the box.
check the box.
Check the box.
Which is gonna combine your two lots, but not legally. It's just gonna tell the software, hey, he owns both parcels.
Right.
Which will then value your land on an economy of scale.
A little bit less than just
per square foot.
Building lot.
It'll say, when you have less square foot, it's a higher per square foot. And then as your square foot gets bigger, your per square foot value drops.
Right.
So it's gonna push you down closer to, I think, $9 a square foot.
Do you have an acreage number for me?
Just
for
create
that?
another issue that I have for this and the
For
reason I
land
had
only?
to have that lot because it is one.
For both of them. I need the other one actually.
It's 16497.
Sewer
What's
lot,
the account
all
number?
that is.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
I don't know if I can build on it, period, without tearing this house down and doing something else.
So you still want the existing one? Because that's 5416.
Yeah, 5416 plus, Scott needs it in acreage, but that's okay.
I can do, just if you give me the other number, I'll get it.
5416 plus 64 something plus 6414. So it's 0.2716. And recalculate that, Scott, and tell us the price per square foot and the change in value, please.
Okay, it's $8 a square foot, and it's 43,330 on the land, and the total value is 173,330.
That was $5,000 off. All right, I thought it was going to go to 178. All right, so that's my number. 173,330.
All right, you're just about out of time here.
Yeah.
If you need it, you got 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, so I agree it would be a $200,000 house in certain scenarios, but not in this scenario. When I purchased it for $75,000, he was asking $195 for it for a long time. So it's hard for me to think that it would bring 200. I hope it would, but it probably wouldn't because of where it's at, just the elevation of it.
Okay, anything else? Okay. Go to closing. Ray, got a minute? Got anything to say? Okay. Greg, you got any final thoughts?
None I care to share.
Okay. 173,330.
Yeah, realize
Okay.
with the land adjustment on the effective It brought it down to 173.
Now, that's just the house, not the lot, or is it all
No,
combined?
that's combined.
Okay,
173,330.
Okay, so
I
I'm gonna
like
make,
that, much better.
okay, I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-655, account number 16498. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $203,120 down to $173,330.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, case is closed, opening case. ID 2021-656, account 16497.
Sorry, Robert, can you say your number again? Make sure that
You got it
the
right.
same number I have.
173,330.
Okay, we're all sworn in.
Yes.
The, Craig, you get to choose again who goes first.
Can I ask a quick question? Did we do a calculation on that one as well that you'll mention in a minute?
We'll
Do it in this.
we'll bring it up.
Okay.
Craig, who goes first?
Y'all can go as well.
What?
51,300.
51,300.
All right. Greg,
Craig, the same calculation on this one, checking the box for combining, yielded 51,300. You agree with that?
Down to 79.
Okay, yeah, I can live with that one.
You can live with that one? Okay, we're done.
all right. So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-656, account number 16497. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $79,100 down to $51,300.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great.
Lake Texas, north of Dallas, right on the Red River.
So you have a long drive.
7 hours.
But his county,
You know what? You listen to my tune.
yeah, book on tape or something like that, yeah.
After you do it a bunch, you don't.
We have one more. And it
We'll see.
was supposed to be a
Might
public
have
hearing,
to
but they
get
didn't
more
call
time.
in, but they do have the affidavit.
Yeah. All right, appreciate it.
We good? Thanks.
1827.
guys.
Thank you.
What are we doing?
1827. Thank
Hey,
you, Craig.
Mr. Cook.
Zoom?
No,
That phone?
they did not call in, so it will be by affidavit.
Oh, by affidavit.
It was supposed to be by phone.
Brian and Patricia Lopez. Also.
This is the last one for 10 o'clock.
It is.
Copies of everything. Send it off to us.
You switched out the tablets.
Yes,
Are these now configured so that we can get,
yes, Connect Explorer. So Mike saved the password, but you'll probably want to keep it. We've got your name on the back, so it'll be person specific. And to get to it, you'll do the little circle.
That's the password.
Yes. And you would go to the Google Chrome, which is this. And then it will just pull up. And then when you want to go to a property, you would actually type it in right there.
okay, so let's do that.
Okay,
15836.
all right. So on here, you change it to the numerical. Okay, it's right there.
Right there, search, okay.
3, 6. Enter.
Yes.
This will do that here.
No, I don't think so. Maybe that orange arrow.
That's it.
Okay. And then to make it bigger or smaller, you can just use your hands.
Okay.
And to
All right.
get rid of that, I don't know why. Oh, I guess. How can we make it smaller?
Mhm.
Like so? Yeah. So that little down.
Yeah.
That,
Where did it go? There it is. Okay. And one
Yeah.
question about that's
Are you in this?
I'm not yet, I just was finishing the other,
no,
so I went ahead
so
and, I went ahead and fixed the
it didn't
land on
come
it.
right up to
So it
the
would be
pictometry.
done for next year.
So what it is.
All right, what are we on?
is
We're
that
on
an
account
uppercase C?
15836.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are?
Okay, so when you do a search, so there's pictometry connect.
There
so
are
you'll do that,
record for
And then.
cell information
it's
is.
Pictometry.
It says MHC, but you know, I kind of use that as a,
Says Zillow, and there's your source.
so you think that's our, it's a,
Alright,
it's
so
really
it
like
should
a
be-
UVR type of thing?
Log in.
Okay.
It says percent list,
So
percent
to
of close
get
list.
back, you would go to utility.
Utilities.
Okay, so here you've got search by address.
Thank you.
Probably
Sure.
there's a
Hey, it was in
like,
2020, Scott?
different thing
It
that you
was.
can do that.
Okay. But I can do address, and we'll have that.
October.
Okay.
What are we doing?
We're playing.
Sorry,
15836
Okay, thank you.
sometimes I don't get rid of
on the 10
Yeah, I
o'clock.
didn't see that either. So we're going back now?
it. Well, yeah, maybe. Try to. So, oh, okay, so right here, search by address, you can change it to parcel, and then you would just enter the
Oh, that's pretty cool.
property. Okay, cover them. And Scott, I changed out your tablet.
Oh, you did?
We're gonna get yours set up with the Connected Store.
Okay.
Look at y'all, really?
Yeah, Mike and.
And that one's, you're gonna set one up for the protester?
Yes, we'll do that.
Seems a lot of, it's kind of slow. on the
So it's gonna be
I think.
count
The bandwidth of
1827.
Yep. And this is an affidavit only.
Yes,
So
now it is.
Okay, so we're opening a hearing on case 2021-1827. This hearing is being recorded.
Protest is Q1.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Braggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Ray Garcia, do solemnly swear from the position as representative of the appraisal review board. Ready?
Ready?
Okay, I'm gonna read the property owner's affidavit of evidence. Section 1 is the understanding, Brian and Patricia Lopez, and their address and phone number. Section 2 is the property description under protest, 521 Coconut Cove Road, Rockport, Texas, 78382. Section 3, reasons for protest. Boxes checked for incorrect appraised market value. Section 4 is how many pages are submitted. It's 3 pages. Section 5, statement of facts or arguments, settlement statement, pay for property amount. Section 6, I intend to appear by telephone conference for this hearing, this affidavit, and the evidence submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. Section 7, State of Texas County is left blank. Brian Lopez signed. The notary is Marisol Rodriguez, and we just don't know where that exactly happened. Section on the next page is the settlement statement from Stewart Title here in Rockport. Borrower Brian and Patricia, seller Jonathan Haber. And then below that are the itemized details of the transaction. Having a contract sales price of $73,900 and a $46,100 mobile home included on line 104. When you add those two numbers along with the charges to borrower and taxes, you come up with 120,776, $120,776.18. Okay, there's a lot of other things going on in there. Keeps on going. There's the next page of the settlement statement talking about title and interest or commission paid and stuff like that. Then it is signed by Brian and Patricia. And that's the end of their evidence. So in my rebuttal, don't have our cross thing. I don't have much other than to say that the appraisal district's opinion would be $73,900 plus $46,100, $120,000. And our evidence, when you look at our evidence for market or sales comparison, you will see column number 1, we have wrong. We thought it sold for $185. That's a huge difference. So it's probably the biggest one I've ever seen.
What's the NHC stand?
Mobile home consideration.
Okay.
Here's where we're at with this. Is my opinion is $120,000 based on the settlement statement. That's all I have.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1827, account number 15836. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $184,880 down to $120,000 even based on the sales contract shown as evidence.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That's it.
Hello.
Okay, so back at 1:30.
Need to make sure that there's not anything pressing, like a letter.
Letter or something, yeah.
Let me double check.
All right, that's all for this morning.
Okay.
Don't have any letters at this point. We will will just see you back here at 1:30.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do I need a course in this Connect Explorer thing?
Do you need a what?
Course?
A course?
Where does?
Hit the big O at the bottom,
Yeah.
and then select the this one,
Oh, search.
search.
And then, oh, I see, so they added as an app.
Mhm.
Blah, blah, blah. Is that Google Maps?
I don't know, mine was already already on it, so I didn't have to select it. I think it's now.
You may look at it.
Huh?
I can look at it if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out how to get into it.
Mine was already into it, so I didn't have to do that.
So he said go into search. I
Yeah.
don't see any other icons.
Okay. And then search for pictometry, Eagle View pictometry.
One more.
It's just I search.
Resources, Eagle View.
Yeah, try that and see if that goes to the.
I would say.
Next one. That's it. What does it say? Oh, this way. That shouldn't be it. That's out of it.
We'll do it later.
This is a real data hog, this thing, because it's photographs of the entire county.
Yeah, and with all of the time, with all the date.
Right, and it's photographs, and it's decades of photographs of every spot in the county
Yes.
from a dozen different angles and elevations, and yeah, it's a lot. But it's pretty great.
Yeah, I remember
to start the meeting because I don't have anybody.
Well, but I'm starting it so then we can be started.
So in Verclair,
So
I got
We
a,
started,
What's
it
up?
is,
Nobody's shown up for the 1:30.
Okay.
And it was really only two
Hooked into the
possibilities.
USB
One had
port.
5
I
accounts,
actually had a
one property owner,
a
and then
USB
David
cell router.
Sparky.
So I could
On
hook it.
the 3 o'clock docket, our agent has settled. We just have one lonely one, Singleton Stout Investment. And it says that they need an affidavit. They had said they would do phone. So I'm
Okay,
wondering if you want me to call Stout that's supposed to be on the 3?
That's the last one for the day?
That's it.
Yeah, call it.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
We'll break with.
I went with Verizon, although my regular cell phone is AT&T. And one of the reasons I went with them, this is years ago, was because they had, I didn't know if the cell service was gonna work in Brooklyn, where I am and all that stuff. So they had a 30-day deal. If it didn't work, they'd take all the equipment back and blah, blah, blah. So the other thing is the cell modem that I could get had an external antenna connector.
Okay.
So like RVs and truckers and stuff
Right.
like that get these little antennas that they hook up for cell service. So what I did to try this thing out is I took a step ladder outside my little office in the house in Berclair and a Martin house pole. Expandable Martin. And I put this antenna on top of the Martin house pole. So I come to Berclair and I take out the antenna or the ladder and I bungee cord this this Martin house pole to the ladder, right? And I tried it and it worked pretty good. Right? So I used that for probably 6 months. That way. Every time I come, I take the Martin house pole out and blah, blah, blah. So my intent was, once I determined that it was going to work, is I was going to permanently mount this Martin house pole.
Okay.
And drilled holes in the concrete and got a thing to mount it on and thing on the roof so I could bolt it to the pole of the roof. And I figured higher was better, right? So I put this antenna on the Martin house pole and I mounted it all up and I jacked up the pole and I connected it and the throughput was just shit. I mean, it was great.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I said, well, this sucks, right? So I took the pole away from the house and I set it up on the ladder and I tried it, and everything was back to normal, right? Where it was strapped to the ladder. So I was really, really annoyed. I said, what the fuck is this, man? The problem. And so I was sitting out in front and I was just staring at this thing. And since I had HughesNet, big honker satellite dish and LNB and ARM and stuff like that, I was staring at it and I looked, I said, where I happened to set up the step ladder and the Martin house pole was such that the antenna was sitting in front of the dish.
Oh.
And evidently the reflection
Yeah.
from the dish back to the antenna increased the signal strength to the point where I had a good signal. Right?
Wow.
So I gutted, since I wasn't using the HughesNet stuff anymore, I gutted the antenna, the dish.
Yeah.
I took the LNB off.
Put it right in front of it.
So all I had was just the dish and the arm.
Yeah.
And I mounted that antenna on the arm of the satellite dish. And bingo. I mean, it was great forever. So, and I've been using it that way for a number of years until, for whatever reason, their service was getting honky, at least through the antennas. And I think part of the problem was the length of the wire that I had from the antenna going back into the cell modem was I was getting too much loss in that wire. So I started using the iPad, right? So now the iPad works great, except I have to set it up in a certain spot in front of the window. If I move it left or right, I go from 4 bars down to 1 or something like that, right? And I've been using it that way for a long time. So that's how I get my connectivity in Berclair. you remember the guy, you may not have been here at the time. In fact, I think he's still here. I think he's now called Rockport Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
He used to be, I'm pretty sure same guy, was DBS Tech, which he had his office right next to the mail center in that little shopping center.
Yeah.
And so when I moved away from satellite, the first thing I changed over to was this guy DBS Tech, who's running effectively microwave Wi-Fi signals all over.
And this isn't Michael. This isn't the guy from.
No, his name was really. I mean, the guy had hair down halfway down his back and stuff.
It must be a competitor.
So I used that for a while, and that was going from cable or from dial-up to satellite to now this thing, and I was getting maybe 3 megabits.
There was no answer when I called Stout Investment. As I said, they indicated phone hearing. They have not given us an affidavit. So my thought kind of is if we go to the 145 mark, and I like I said, I didn't leave a message for Stout. If we go to the 145 marker, and then if you want to go home, I don't see how this is even really going to take place since we don't have an affidavit in hand. The only thing would be is if he's called and said, I have an affidavit, I'm sending it in. And
I can come, I can come back if we have to make a special trip back. Or I can wait.
Call us.
yeah.
Or text, call or text.
Call it.
Mm-hmm. It would be well, he could come in person, but yeah, he could just wait, he indicated.
If it's an affidavit, if he turns in an affidavit, do we have to do it today?
No, I think you can put off an affidavit to another time if you want
Right, so if he just sends in an affidavit.
Well, I think he would he's indicated he wants a phone hearing.
Oh, phone hearing,
Right.
okay.
So he would send in the affidavit for the phone hearing.
Okay, well, just give us a call.
Okay, sure. So I guess 8 more minutes, and we'll be at 145.
Okay.
So I used that guy for a while, and that worked fairly well, except his idea of customer service was 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. And of course, when I was trying to do work and stuff on the weekends, invariably something would crap out. I couldn't get anything fixed until Monday morning. So about that time,
There's another guy that's in that business, same business. And that's Michael, who's over at Sandollar.
okay,
He owns Sandollar. And he's also in that wireless business.
yeah, well, the Rockport Wi-Fi, and I don't know if it's the same guy as DBS Tech was, or whether that's a different, it may be the same guy that you're talking about. But they used like the History Center, a couple other folks that I know used Rockport Wi-Fi, and were just, I mean, it was sporadic, and it got to be really annoying because, hypersensitive to the direction of the antenna that they put up.
Oh, yeah.
If the wind blew it, a degree off, then their signal strength went to crap.
Yeah.
So I was years ago, and I don't know if this ever really changed. The county did a thing it was a cable provider called Falcon, and they made some agreement with the county for 20 years, a 20-year commitment for cable service, internet cable service. And they eventually, and that's how I originally got cable service, at least for internet. And they got bought up by Charter,
Sure.
who then became Broad something or other. Charter changed hands a couple times. And then, it wasn't Broadcom. They still use that domain name too, Broad something or other. And then they changed back to Charter and then to Spectrum.
Then the Time Warner and then the Spectrum.
Yes.
Time Warner was in between.
So, but when I got hooked up to cable, I mean, I never had issues with, rarely did I have outage issues, and my throughput was always good because the concentrator, the neighborhood concentrator, the number of people in my area were all, old farts. You didn't have this effect of the kids that come home after school and then get on the internet and start streaming music and videos. I never had that issue. Right? And now, of course, they're, well, you're getting 200, at least 200 megabits.
220, last time I looked.
But I'd love to get something better. They've got a guy, a service provider in Beauclair. He's actually out of Goliad, and he put up an antenna on the water tower down in Beauclair, right by Highway 59. And my neighbor uses it. And I guess he gets both TV and internet streamed through that connection. But as much as I'm there, it was kind of pricey. I mean, it was like 90 or $120 a month. And the only advantage might be having it on all the time, or something like that. So I could set up a weather station or control devices with smart plugs and stuff like that. But
So there's what's the service that the guy's putting up the 1,000 satellites in?
Yeah. I don't know if it's
You can
Elon
go-
Musk or Bezos or one of those guys.
You can
Musk
go,
that's doing that.
you can go play in that if you're willing to spend $99 a month and be the guinea pig.
What's the latency for that?
I don't know. It's probably the same
Satellite.
as used.
Yeah. Because that was the other
I
problem
mean,
with
the
satellite.
speed of light is the speed of light.
That's right. Can't change that. Can't change that.
It's some fundamental physics here.
Yeah.
It's all circumstance, but it really does work.
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Oh, I didn't try zooming by that mechanism.
Yeah, you can
You can pinch in and out.
pinch with your fingers.
So if you go back in the history, see, I just went back. So we had some stuff from February that if you go to one page. But we did get non-major stuff. Okay. No problem.
Yeah. Very cool. Fascinating. So I wonder how they do,
They make it 145.
the refresh, yeah. By date,
Oh, yeah.
because they got, well, not true either. I see 2021, January 2021, and then it jumps to
Y'all hang out?
December 2019, which is, I guess.
There was a good out the bottom.
There's
Yeah,
only
right
one.
there.
Yeah, and I was bringing up the pop-up of the
They
dates,
still
Okay.
get an affidavit.
and the selectable dates
Oh, I see,
are
yeah.
only, there's nothing really in 2020.
Is
Right.
camera's
like once a
on,
year.
is the system on?
I'll go get Scott.
Close out our meeting for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were kind of different.
So I have Verizon's quote.
Y'all close hearings?
Yeah, we'll make a
You
motion.
want
Well,
to?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, you're rolling, you're rolling. Ready to
I'll
go?
make a motion that we adjourn today's meetings.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.